Welcome to Discovery Tour by Assassin's Creed, Ancient Egypt.
哎，这个导览不是他自己动。哎，这个导览不是他自己。
Welcome to Alexandria, planning of the city. Alexander's plan to build his great city began with a verse from Homer's Odyssey. There is, in front of Egypt, in the sea with many swells, an island called Pharos. Guided by these clues, Alexander the Great founded his future city at the western end of the Nile Delta. Though Alexander considered this location ideal for his great city, it presented considerable challenges. Too difficult to access during storms, the surrounding swamps threatened disease, and the limestone soil prevented the growth of healthy crops. However, due to the influence of his mentor Aristotle, Alexander the Great recognized that the true value was its strategic emplacement. Alexander knew that in controlling Pelusium to the east, Memphis to the south, and his crowning glory Alexandria to the west, he would create a triangular stronghold, allowing him to control the entire delta while giving him access to the Mediterranean. The Great Walls of Alexandria had a humble beginning. Lacking chalk to outline the future city's foundations, architects were forced to use flour instead. Clouds of migrating birds swept down and ate the flour, erasing the plans. This prompted Alexander to seek guidance from the oracles, who reassured him that his future city was destined to feed a large population. Excavations led by Mahmud Bey el-Falaki in the 19th century revealed that the wall enclosure measured approximately 5.2 kilometers in length and 2.2 kilometers in width. It was roughly 9 meters in height. These formidable ancient walls would resist a number of attacks, including fending off the king of Syria in 169 BCE. It wasn't until 295 CE that they eventually fell to Roman Emperor Diocletian, and this only after 8 months of relentless assault. Alexandria's principal architect, Dinocrates, chose a Hippodamian grid plan. The grid maximized functionality, with wide, straight roads and canals running beneath them. Alexander recognized the military value of the city's design. The wide, parallel streets gave him optimal surveillance of the city while allowing the unobstructed flow of troops. A central corridor ran from the Mediterranean's north port down to Lake Mareotis to the south. This thoroughfare acted as an unobstructed link for commercial trade and travel between the two ports. Many of the streets were bordered with grand buildings and parks, including Canopic Street, with its impressive gate bordering the eastern end. Alexandria was most likely built upon an already existing Egyptian village. Upon its completion, the Egyptians reviled the city, refusing to call it by its founder's name. Instead, they called it Raked, the building, as a mark of disdain, which was later Hellenized into Rakotis. Despite this, the name Alexandria would remain.
Ding. 他说要怎样？每日生活，完成每日生活分类项的每一项导览，至少以5名不同的人物完成导览。好哦。我可以用女王哎。后面这几下比较好看一点。啊，我们带女王晃晃，晃晃。每日生活是不是？预计4分钟导览站。佛。哦，快速旅行。哇，女王在奔跑哎！完了，当掉了。有声没有赢，完了。快不行了。只拿这个奖杯而已啊！可以吗？加油！加油！加油！ 这是游戏本身的问题，还是我主机的问题啊？我主机现在没有在叫了，应该是游戏本身的问题吧。实在是有点久了，来养猫一下好了。不行，完全动不了。我等它弄完，我才可以动。好了没？有在动吗？别老让宕机。其实农民啊。完了，他刚刚怎么蓝屏了一下？让女王跑步的关系。
Welcome to Osiris, the first mummy. The oldest mummies recovered date from the Old Kingdom, though Egyptologists believe that mummification was in use much earlier than that. At first, the body was mummified through environmental desiccation, by leveraging the dryness of the environment and the heat of the climate. Early experimentations in mummification were conducted with the use of resin made from tree sap. Strips of linen were only used on some superficial parts of the epidermis of the hands or jaw. Ideologically, the will to preserve the body is not explained in any way until 3600 BCE. This is when the Egyptian belief that the body housed the soul was finally documented for modern Egyptologists to eventually decipher. It was not until the arrival of the myth of Osiris in the Egyptian religion around the 5th dynasty that mummification was thoroughly conceptualized. The practice was thereafter grounded in both a mythological and ideological point of view. Osiris was mainly known as the god of the dead and the god of resurrection. The most well-known Genesis myth concerning Osiris is that of his dismemberment. It is Plutarch who gives the most simplified and complete summary of the story. Within Egyptian mythology, Osiris represented the first king to rule Egypt. Jealous of his power, his brother Seth attempted to usurp his throne. After several unsuccessful attempts, Seth succeeded in killing his brother by dismembering him and scattering the pieces of his body all over Egypt.
也太狠了吧！
Isis, the great of magic, traveled all over Egypt in search of the pieces of her husband's body. After a long search, she recovered all the pieces save for his manhood, as it was eaten by a fish. Isis then reassembled the body of her husband by binding it together with strips of linen. Aided by her sister Nephthys, another powerful magician, they gave Osiris the breath of life. This not only brought him back from the dead, but also allowed him to recover his virility long enough to impregnate Isis, thus ensuring his succession before, once more, dying. Thus Horus was born.
太神了吧！
The ritual used to bring Osiris back to life essentially depicts how he became the first mummy. It is why, on the sarcophagi of kings, we often find Isis and Nephthys represented as the magicians who restore life to the deceased.
太强了吧！哎，等，换个人。是将军呢，死者附身。这家伙很罗马。 比较厉害哦，他知道啦。
Welcome to Mummies of Ancient Egypt. The mummification process used by ancient Egyptians was highly ceremonial in nature. The different types of mummification took into account the social level and richness of the deceased and even included animals. The most expensive was that reserved for the pharaoh and the royal family, as well as some of the wealthiest members of the court. The first step was cleaning. Once bodies arrived at the mummification site, they were placed on inclined tables while the bodily fluids drained away. They were then cleansed by priests until they were deemed ready for the purification process.
这很臭吗？其实桌子也不是斜的啊。
The purification of the body began with a libation from sacred water. The priest then fumigated the body with terebinth resin. After the ritual cleansing, priests used oils, spices, and all kinds of essences to further purify the body of the deceased. Finally, all body hair was meticulously removed. Once the body was properly purified, embalmers removed the organs, following very specific procedures. First, the brain was extracted by inserting a spoon through the nostril to break the ethmoid bone. Then, using a spatula, the pieces of the brain were removed as thoroughly as possible. What matter remained was extracted after a process of liquefaction, achieved through the use of a caustic liquid. The cranial box, once emptied, was rinsed and disinfected with palm wine, and then stuffed with strips of linen cloth and liquefied resin. After taking care of the brain, embalmers made an incision on the left flank and carefully set aside the viscera. The inside of the body was also rinsed with palm wine. Then the embalmers filled the belly with pure myrrh, cinnamon, and other perfumes, and sewed it shut. The removed viscera were washed in palm wine and packed in crushed herbs before being placed in canopic jars.
我对剖腹不就觉得还好，我觉得他刚刚讲那个从鼻孔那边打碎头那个感觉比较一代，虽然都死了。
Canopic jars were placed close to the sarcophagus or kept in a chest nearby. At first, the viscera were wrapped in tissue and placed in the vases. As the ritual requirements became more elaborate, ointments, spices, and even water and natron were added to the process. Towards the middle of the New Kingdom, canopic jars assumed the appearance of the 4 sons of Horus. They were known as the protectors of the viscera. These protectors had their own guardians, each a goddess of the dead. Imseti, the human-headed god, protected the liver and was protected by the goddess Iset. Hapi, the baboon-headed god, protected the lungs and was protected by the goddess Nephthys. Dumutef, the jackal-headed god, protected the stomach and was protected by the goddess Neith. And finally, Hebesenuef, the falcon-headed god, protected the intestines and was protected by the goddess Selket. Natron is a naturally occurring mineral found in evaporite. These sedimentary rocks are made up of mineral salts and were generally mined from lake beds in Egypt. Embalmers used natron as a desiccant to dry the flesh and stop the corpse's putrefaction process. Once the body was cleansed and eviscerated, the deceased was covered in natron for about 40 days. Once desiccated, the body was prepared to be wrapped in strips of linen. Once the body was fully desiccated by the natron treatment, embalmers oiled, painted, and sometimes even added hair extensions or a wig. They often used a henna-based antiseptic preparation to give the body a more colorful and lively appearance while preparing it to resist molds and fungi. Next came the phase which gave mummies their most well-known appearance, the wrapping. Originally, each part of the body was wrapped separately. Men had their arms crossed on their chests, while women had the right arm folded over their breasts and the left arm stretched along the body. However, techniques evolved over time. Eventually, the body as a whole was wrapped with limbs alongside the body, and increasingly sophisticated and different techniques of weaving flax bands were developed. In addition to the jewelry and amulets arranged on the skin of the deceased, amulets were also carefully inserted into the weaving of the linen strips. Each amulet was linked to a myth, or to an ideological belief related to rebirth. Masks were an important part of a mummy's finery. Early wooden funeral coverings were very expensive, however, and soon replaced by masks created through a technique known as cartonnage. Masks fashioned with this method were created by laying several layers of linen or papyrus pulp on a base made of mud or straw. Cartonnage was used for more than funerary masks. Ornaments and the animal coffins of the late period were also made in such a fashion. Cartonnage evolved to cover the entire body of the mummy during the 22nd dynasty. The mummies were placed on a board inside a rigid envelope of cartonnage, which was laced at the back with a string. Extremely cost-effective and visually pleasing, this technique was very popular through all layers of the society. Cartonnage envelopes were usually covered with inscriptions and polychrome decorations, specifying the names and titles of the deceased, scenes depicting daily life, or decorations specific to the funerary world. This was a true gift for Egyptologists eager to study the funerary rites of the ancient Egyptians. Once the mummy was properly wrapped and adorned, the embalmers proceeded with the ceremony of the opening of the mouth. A vital step of the funerary process, this ceremony was meant to bring back to life the deceased themselves, or an object representing the deceased. There were no less than 75 different stages for the opening of the mouth. It required the application of the same oils, ointments, spices, and perfumes used during the mummification process. Makeup was sometimes part of the process as well. The last stage of this long ritual was the act of touching the mouth with the adze to symbolically allow the breath of life to infuse an inert body. Its performance was reserved for a very specific set of people. Priests who wore the mask of the god Anubis, a close relative of the family, or by the heir to the throne.
那所谓的开口的仪式应该只是一个形式吧？我想说木乃伊都包已经包好好了，都包好，包完整了，为什么突然之间又要开口？也是蛮累人的呢。再找一个。最后再找巴耶克，我们再找一个。啊，儿子啦。没有有所作为，就已经先人生毕业了。
Welcome to the importance of mummies. The first hieroglyph for embalmer appeared in pyramid texts of the Old Kingdom. It is likely that embalming was a trade that progressed alongside the evolution of ancient Egyptian funeral practices. While we still know nothing of how embalming came to be a profession, we do know that embalmers had a hierarchy, and that each embalmer specialized in a specific phase of the mummification process. The mummification techniques were jealously guarded by embalmers from generation to generation. Despite their efforts, Herodotus and Diodorus discovered their methods in late antiquity, but historians were skeptical about the validity of the texts. It remained a mystery until two teams of modern medical legal scientists confirmed the process in 1994 and again in 2011.
也是蛮近代的事情。
The Uabet, meaning the pure place, was where the embalmers mummified the bodies of the deceased. Until the end of the Middle Kingdom, it was located in tents at the edges of the city due to the smell of decomposition. In the New Kingdom, however, the Uabet was located within the city limits, though still in open-air spaces. In the same way that the practices and techniques of mummification evolved, so possibly did consideration towards embalmers within ancient Egyptian society. The pharaoh had access to the most elaborate of mummification rituals. The richer citizens of Egypt also enjoyed complex embalming options, though none of them allowed for the removal of the brain or viscera. After purifying the body, embalmers injected a liquid through the rectum, sealed it, and allowed the mixture to settle. They then plunged the body into natron for up to 40 days. Once the body was dried, the seal was removed, and the entrails flowed out with the injected liquid, leaving the skin and bones of the deceased to be wrapped in linen and returned to the family for burial. The least costly embalming option was for the embalmers to simply inject a product called surmaya and immerse the body in the natron for up to 40 days before handing it over to the family. For all those who could not afford any embalming process, desert burials offered a pauper's alternative to preserve the bodies of the dead. Egyptian civilization has always appealed to Westerners, even before the Greek and Roman invasions. As early as the Middle Ages, mummies discovered by travelers were often sent back to Europe. Curio cabinets, dating from the 16th and 17th centuries, usually included pharaonic artifacts in their collections.
收集这个干嘛？
The Egyptomania phenomenon was heralded by Napoleon Bonaparte's Egyptian campaign, which lasted from 1798 to 1802. The following years were marked by a resurgence of interest from rich enthusiasts and scholars who exposed Egypt to the general populace. Many research societies focusing on Egyptology were founded during those years. By 1868, mass tourism began in Egypt under the aegis of the Cook Agency. The rich would indulge in leisure trips to Egypt and bring back mummies. Upon their return, they would organize evenings that consisted of unpacking mummies and removing strips of linen and amulets layer by layer. These were considered the shining cultural events of the season. The Egyptian collections of many a museum were founded as a consequence of this mass pillaging.
人类真的是蛮无聊的。
Thanks to those dubious parties, The fantasy of a mummy coming back to life, seeking revenge on its defilers, was born.
Oh.
The mummy malediction myth has remained steady in popular culture ever since, particularly in written media and cinema.
好了，可以找巴耶克出来了。哦，这也是蛮长的呢啊。
Welcome to Amulets and Rituals. Ancient Egyptians believed the world was a chaotic place, filled with supernatural forces. They knew that art and words gave life and power to things. Carved with images from hieroglyphs or in the shapes of gods, amulets were highly personal objects that warded off dangers and disease while attracting success. Some amulets were temporary, intended to solve a specific problem, while others were meant to be worn forever into the afterlife. Priests would infuse amulets with magical energy during religious ceremonies, imbuing them with protective magic to safeguard against supernatural powers. The wealthiest of Egyptians could obtain a divinely ordained pendant in which was hidden a magic formula inscribed on a piece of papyrus. It would act as a unique spell tailored to the owner. Religion was so important to ancient Egyptians that it permeated every aspect of their daily lives. Since water was the source of life and had the symbolism of purifying the body and the soul, all daily routines began with ablutions. Personal prayers to the gods were sometimes written or spoken, with family prayers passed down through generations. There was a complete calendar of each of the religious days, both good and bad, illustrating the appropriate daily rituals. Along with wine, milk, and ointments, offerings to the gods consisted of small amulets to life-size statues and family shrines. During the Greco-Roman period, offerings to the gods consisted of mummified animals, cats for Bastet, dogs for Anubis, and birds for Thoth. Deemed messengers of the gods, oracles offered guidance and judgment for all Egyptians, regardless of status. Crucial advice was offered on everything from day-to-day farming management to a pharaoh's decision on whether to start a war. Oracles were often used to decide legal issues. If the accused refused the judgment of the god, another god could be consulted in hopes of a more favorable reply. It was oracles that guided the Greek sailor Batos to the coast of Libya, where he founded a colony known as Cyrene. During Alexander the Great's campaign to conquer Persia, he consulted the oracle at the Temple of Amun within the oasis of Siwa, and was subsequently ordained a divine being.
这导览都不能按，然后放着做别的事情，我真的快睡着了。虽然觉得这些姿势看起来很有趣，但有一些真的好无聊。刚刚那木乃伊我就觉得蛮有趣的。 就是现在这什么祭司什么仪式哦，我就好想睡觉。啊，又不会自己动，还又要你操控武器，有够麻烦。
Welcome to Temples and Ritual. During rituals and festivals, the god was carried on a solar barge between the areas of a temple or the temples of different cities. Funerary carvings and paintings covering thousands of years, as well as the Book of the Dead, depict the same ship and oar design. Solar barges have been uncovered near or within several pharaohs' tombs. They were intended to carry the pharaoh into the afterlife.
其实这种东西已经超级重。
Ancient Egyptians believed that Ra, the sun god, traveled the skies in a boat known as the solar barge. The solar barge was believed to cross over to mythological lands. The god Ra believed mankind was conspiring against him. He ordered Sekhmet, the lion-headed war goddess, to kill all humans. To his chagrin, Ra quickly realized that with all humans gone, there would be no one left to worship him. In order to stop the rampaging Sekhmet, beer was brewed and dyed red with pomegranate juice to resemble blood. Sekhmet drank every drop of the brew she could find, eventually passing out drunk. When she awoke, she was calmer, and her lion visage had changed into Bastet. The Festival of Drunkenness was celebrated in honor of that myth.
什么？是它原本是狮子的模样吧？喝醉之后显然变猫头人身。
Unlike the daily rituals that took place in the temple and were performed by priests, festivals allowed the entire population of the city to participate. Festivals helped mark the passing of the seasons in the agricultural calendar. In reflecting the cycles of life, festivals offered a sense of consistency and structure for the regular citizens, thus reinforcing the sense of order that pharaohs were to provide for the citizens of Egypt as part of their godly duties. The importance of these festivals is demonstrated by their longevity. Records show that Osiris festivals occurred for more than 2,000 years. Some festivals serve to reinforce state control and promote the king's reign. Both the Opet and Set Jubilee festivals were specifically intended to celebrate the renewal of the king's power. The temple hierarchy consisted of high priests, several types of priests, scribes, and servants. The high priest was known as the prophet. Some divinities had up to 4 prophets, and they were the ones to perform the most advanced and complex rituals. Egyptian priests were not confined to solely religious tasks, and in fact had crucial roles in Egypt's administration, most of which served to reaffirm the pharaoh as the proper vessel for the gods. Their focus within the temple was centered on the proper conduct of daily divine rituals, rather than as custodians of dogma or the indoctrination of individuals. Scribes were custodians of the sacred sciences. Some priests were associated with the funeral rites and were considered the group with medical knowledge. The servants of the Ka were low-ranking priests who carried food and offerings in funerary rituals. Lector priests were distinguished by their ability to read, and their main duty was to recite specialized religious texts in both temple and funerary rituals. Priests and all the officials who served the temple worked only 3 months a year, with each period separated by a quarter of inactivity, at least within the temple compound. Each outgoing group handed over the temple and their tools to the newcomers.
一年只工
Only
作
the
3
high
个
priesthood
月，
remained in permanent office within the temple.
哇哦，很舒服哎。
The most sacred part of the temple was referred to as Jesser
一
Jesseri,
年工作3个月，
the holy
然
of
后你1个月
The most
工
sacred
作
inner sanctuary
1个
was
月
where the
之后
shrine
休
of the
3个
temple
月，然后
deity
再
was
上1个月，再
located.
休3个月，哇塞，
Only
太舒
priests
服
were
了吧
allowed！ within. Offerings were given, and rituals unseen by even the pharaoh were performed. While the team chose to allow any character access to this space in some game temples, normally it was reserved for priests alone. Pharaohs and their priests often chose the site of these sacred temples because of some mythological connection, or an alignment with the cardinal points and certain stars. Once selected, a foundation ritual was performed. The pharaoh was required to complete 10 steps in the ritual, which required a mix of offerings as well as specific construction techniques. Once the temple was complete, construction of the chamber containing the shrine, or naos, began. The naos was where the god statue stood. The representation of the deity was usually in stone or wood and decorated with gold, silver, and precious stones. Smaller temples had only one naos, while larger complexes, such as the Temple of Karnak, had many chambers to honor gods, such as Amun, Ptah, and Osiris. Each statue was believed to be a receptacle for the presence or essence of the god's Ka, enabling it to take a physical form. Through the statue, the god came to the shrine to eat, drink, and communicate with the pharaoh, or with the priests standing in for the pharaoh.
Welcome to Temples and Priests. From its foundation, the city of Memphis favored worship of the god Ptah. The main temple of Ptah was known as Hutkaptah, meaning Palace of the Ka of Ptah. The name of the temple, translated into Greek as Aegyptos, would eventually evolve into the modern name Egypt. Temples were the center of religious, political, and economic life in ancient Egypt. These sacred places were viewed as the literal home of the gods and goddesses. As such, every aspect of them required care and reverence, all of which was accomplished through elaborate ritual.
困，哎，哦，我放下手把，你又讲好了。
Located in the center of Memphis, the Temple of Ptah was the most prominent and imposing building in the city. The long walkway leading toward the temple, known as the Dromos, was guarded by rows of sphinxes. The entire sacred area was designed to keep the statue of the god protected, deep within the sacred enclosures that surrounded it. The Dromos opened into a courtyard, with a surrounding portico graced with columns carved to resemble palm trees. During special festivals, the general population was allowed to enter this location, but under no circumstances would they be allowed into the sacred spaces beyond the courtyard.
所以走错地方会被斩脚，对不对？
The Memphis Alabaster Sphinx was discovered in 1912, almost completely buried in water and sand. 8 meters in height and weighing in at roughly 90 tons, it is still mounted on its original pedestal. Though it is called the Alabaster Sphinx, it was in fact carved from common calcite rock, which is similar in appearance and texture to alabaster. Erosion has destroyed the original engravings, making it difficult to determine when it was created. Egyptologists believe that its facial likeness resembles Amenhotep II, and so it could have been sculpted somewhere between 1700 and 1400 BCE. It is believed that this monument once stood outside of the Temple of Ptah and was integrated into subsequent extensions to the complex. The size of the imposing sculpture reflects the importance it had to the temple during the New Kingdom. This Sphinx is one of the few remaining artifacts from the ruins of Memphis to survive. In Egyptian culture, some animals were associated with gods, while others were considered to be living gods. The Apis bull was believed to be a divine entity. The earliest mention of the Apis bull in ancient Egypt goes back as far as the first Egyptian dynasty. Originally the symbol of fertility, the Apis bull was linked to the god Ra, with the image of the sun carried between its horns. Later it was associated with Osiris, the ruler of the underworld, thus becoming the funerary divinity Osiropis. During the 18th dynasty in Memphis, the Apis bull's association with the city's deity earned it the title Herald of Ptah. The Apis bull was so revered that even Alexander the Great, upon his arrival in Memphis, gave honor to Apis. The Apis bull lived with its harem in a sacred barn located in an enclosure in the Temple of Ptah. Each bull bore 29 signs representative of its divinity. Among them, the bull had an eagle-shaped mark on its back, a double tail hair, and a scarab-shaped mark under the tongue. The signs were intended to correspond with the lunar cycle. After its death, Egyptians would search for its reincarnated form among the livestock. Like other living divinities, the mortal incarnation of the Apis bull was prayed to, and when it died, it was given a luxurious funeral, which included mummification. Until the reign of Ramses II, the Apis bulls were buried in individual graves in Saqqara. During the 26th dynasty, the bodies of the bulls were buried in enormous stone vats in the underground corridors of the Serapeum of Memphis. Ancient Egyptians believed that temple rituals were essential to maintain order in the cosmos and allow communication between humans and gods. The pharaoh was required to bring offerings as part of a twofold promise made to the gods, to remain a just ruler and to prevent chaos from entering Egypt. Details of the ceremonies found on temple walls provide a thorough overview of the stages of the daily ritual. Performed 3 times a day to mirror human mealtimes, each step of the highly symbolic ceremony was accompanied by specific recitations, many of which referred to mythical events. The high priest would first awaken the sleeping god with a chant. Then the seals of the shrine's doors were broken and the bolts drawn back. The act of swinging open the doors was a symbolic gesture where sight was granted to the deity. The priest would then bow and kiss the ground. The god was then washed with incense-infused water and its mouth rinsed with mineral salts. The cleansing was followed by adorning the statue with jewels and royal garments. The final ritual required the priest to sweep away any footprints in order to prevent evil from approaching the god. Heredity was the primary source of new recruits. Rarely was an outsider allowed this position. At the top of the temple hierarchy was the high priest. Each temple dedicated to a god had at least one high priest devoted to its care and service. During the Ptolemaic dynasty, one family held the position of high priest in Memphis for almost 300 years. High priest candidates made their way up the ranks of the temple hierarchy. The one chosen to occupy the lofty position of high priest was usually confirmed by the pharaoh. Several of the high priests were also important officials in the government. Families sharing the highest priesthood titles tended to make many alliances, thereby gaining more land and wealth. Shifting balances of power sometimes resulted in more or less open conflicts between the priesthood and the pharaohs. In the 21st dynasty, Thebes became the capital of an almost entirely theocratic government. The city was headed by king priests who spoke and governed in the name of the god Amun, in open opposition to the ruling pharaohs. These king priests caused a massive decentralization of power, known as the Third Intermediate Period. The educational institution in ancient Egypt was known as the House of Life. Attended by the offspring of the elite and the clergy, it was a place tailored to the social status of its attendees. The earliest references to this type of institution date back to royal decrees of the Old Kingdom. Only 2 known centers have been uncovered, one in the abandoned city of Akhetaten, and one at the temple of Ramses II on the west bank of Thebes. Inscriptions uncovered in those locations mention the names and titles of people who were connected with the House of Life, such as a chief physician and many scribes. It is presumed that by the late kingdom, every temple had a House of Life. The House of Life offered training for the elite, destined for occupations such as astronomers, doctors, veterinarians, diplomats, architects, translators, or theologians. Some institutions focused on specific disciplines, making them a central hub for the country. Not limited to instruction for young students, the House of Life was a source of reference for many scholars, with rooms dedicated to papyri of many disciplines. Because papyri were preserved there, the Greco-Romans referred to the House of Life as a library.
完了，完全是眼睛眯起来在操控它，好想睡觉。
The state of Egypt collected the crops, and the temples distributed them throughout the provinces. Since the only people capable of counting and ensuring a fair redistribution were the educated scribes, this meant that the temples played a pivotal role in this process.
我对文明的转变真的是一点兴趣都没有。他如果讲神话，我可能还听得下去。但是神话的东西我不想听啊，好累。
There are records of pharaohs making offerings of large tracts of land and animals to temples in order to maintain their favor. Ramses III offered generous gifts to the temple of Amun in Karnak in such a manner.
因为我荧幕旁边就是窗户，那个阳光从外面这样照进来，我的眼睛其实已经很累了。
Palaces, warehouses, and granaries were built inside the temple compound to better control the redistribution of goods. The size of the recorded numbers of goods, combined with every other function filled by temples, only serves to confirm their might as economic, religious, and political centers of power within Egypt.
这个应该是最多的，对，妈的，最多也是最无聊的。喝可乐，哎，好作业，我有雪碧，来看一下，很困呢。这个奖杯射过来，射到这个地方，设计成这样，觉得很笨。有点类似那种，我知道你们之前都懒得看，那我这次就设奖杯设在上面好了。看，
Welcome to Building Ancient Egypt. Constructed with bricks made of mud, most ancient Egyptian buildings were not.
然后他又不是说你按导览，他就自己就直接讲下去，没有你讲一段，你还要一直操控你的人物，叫我就不能做别的事情。
Egyptians used limestone, sandstone, and harder materials such as granite, quartzite, and travertine.
他刚刚讲那个欧西里斯，我觉得很有趣。他讲这种历史性文明的东西，我就没兴趣。哦，又来了，哦，很大哦。哦哦哦哦哦哦哦哦哦哦，好大！哦哦！刚刚先穿衣服。啊，好晃，好晃！等一下。还在晃哎，好久哦！还在晃哎！ 停啊停啊停啊停啊停啊停啊停啊停啊停啊！哇，这个比昨天那个还可怕。今天刚刚那个好像有一点可以感受到大地要爆发那种感觉。我刚刚就想说，它完了，它应该是会越来越大，越来越大的。我们有人已经跑出去了啦，可是因为我在2楼，我不太敢下楼。以我们这个建筑物来看，我不太敢下楼，而且我窗户可以打开。哦，这个好大哦！我的天鹅。好了，我醒了，老师，对不起，我会认真听课的。
Limestone was common and easy to extract from quarries on the east bank of the Nile. This particular limestone had marine fossils in it, however, preventing it from being easily decorated and polished. Used as the main building material, the structure would then be finished with a finer limestone that was polished smooth and decorated as needed. Limestone was used for the building of the first pyramids and for most of the religious buildings of the Old and Middle Kingdoms.
可以听到那个噔呢。老师，对不起，我不该在上课打瞌睡的。
Ancient Egyptians preferred to use sedimentary rock beds or layers like sandstone and limestone because they were often easier to extract. The common method used to extract stone was the open pit quarry. Stone cutters would find quality stone, shape, and dig it out on site. Open pit quarries enabled many workers to work simultaneously on many blocks, which allowed for better productivity.
我一直有一种感觉，就是它应该还没有结束。尽管它现在这几次都这么大，我都觉得它还没有结束，它能量一直没有释放。
Workers would draw a large grid directly on the stone's surface, taking care to leave a space between the blocks. This allowed them to isolate the different blocks and create a trench that would make the extraction easier. Stone workers used iron chisels for hard rock and bronze or copper tools for softer rocks such as limestone. Removing material between each block created a trench line. In some quarries, that trench was wide enough to accommodate a worker, who would then cut the block entirely on site. For harder rocks like granite, workers cut a series of holes and hammered wooden wedges into them. They then soaked the wood until it swelled and caused the rock to split. 完了，最近大家应该都不得安宁了，而且最近很靠近921。 The gallery extraction technique was used when the desired rock was buried under layers of rubble.
不，那个9月
This
份真
method
的
was
是
often
大地震。
necessary in order to find the whiter and finer limestone required for a smoother finish. The first step was for the stone workers to create an access pit that would allow them to reach the desired wall of stone. Once a wall of quality stone was exposed, workers could then cut out smaller blocks.
中央气下没跑出来。
This pit required a descending platform. Designed like a stairway, it allowed them to free multiple galleries of blocks.
中央气下没跑出来。
To cut the stone, they created a longitudinal kerf or slit, and then cut the rock at a 90-degree angle. The lower side was determined along the geological layers or by using a horizontal cut. Wooden wedges were inserted in the rock and hammered in. Shock waves were then generated using hammers, fracturing the blocks at the seam. To maintain the stability of these mining pits over the course of quarrying, workers would
哇
leave
，6
support
级强
sections
震
of
呢，6.8
unexcavated
了
rock.，
跟昨天晚上那个差不多。我觉得今天这个还比昨天大。有消息出来了，也是一样在台东啊。哦，台东最近很不得安宁哎。
In every quarry, dedicated shrines were established to offer protection for the workers. In particular, Serket, the scorpion goddess, was considered a very powerful deity among quarry workers. Every mine and quarry of ancient Egypt included a scorpion charmer who was said to use magical powers to ward off the dangerous insects and keep the workers safe.
我记得昨天晚上是6.9，刚刚那个是6.8，刚刚这个还比昨天大，我觉得说。好大哦！昨天6.4吗？真的吗？那今天这个真的是比较大。啊，完蛋了！台东那边其实已经有灾区了。
Welcome to Workers and... Whether workers were employed for the pyramid construction or at the quarries, the government supplied food and housing. Workers for the pyramids and royal necropolises were housed in more permanent villages, such as the famous Deir al-Medina. Quarry workers had more temporary lodgings. All skill levels were needed and utilized, from basic work hands to prepare the gypsum, to brickmakers and sand carriers, to skilled stonemasons to shape the blocks.
赶快把刀拦跑。
Skilled architects and engineers were employed year-round, while support labor were often farmers who worked on the quarries or construction during the Nile's flood season. The basic laborers were hard-working and versatile. Many may have been farmers who joined the construction during the off-season. Hieroglyphs found in the work villages listed assigned job titles. Archaeological research shows that no food was stored or prepared on site, but instead workers received abundant rations of bread, beer, and meat. These rations were taken care of by an administration outside the village. Medical treatment was also available for those who were injured.
而且刚刚那个我是真的有种感觉，就是完了的那种感觉。
While some quarries were close to the Nile, others were located across the desert and required long expeditions. These expeditions were sanctioned by the state. They involved complex logistics and required many participants. Transporting a block by land meant that workers had to overcome the weight and friction of the load. To solve this, they first dug a track in the ground. This path was sometimes reinforced with rails upon which a sled, used to ferry the blocks, would be pulled.
呀，这次就是摇很久，而且它不是那种晃型的，我比较怕这种晃型。
Whenever possible, blocks were toppled from a higher elevation onto the sled.
又晃又摇，又晃又
Workers
震
then
的。
poured water onto the clay at the front of the sled, creating a slick surface to more easily move the load. It wasn't until the New Kingdom that animals were used to tow the burden. During flood season, the Nile was at its largest and deepest, which allowed the transportation of the heaviest and biggest loads. Quarries close to the river had troughs dug out to deliver the stones to the
921
shoreline.
也才7.3而已。
Harbors and wharfs situated
还要
at the
多
river's
大？
edge allowed the transfer of materials and
台
supplies.
东这一次还要多大？
Harbor
我总
warehouses
觉得它一直没有
accommodated
结束。
additional stocks of stone so that they were available for the winter sailing season.
孔，应该还没结束吧？
The Iwadi al-Jarf papyri detail a limestone load intended for the Khufu pyramid that weighed in at 70 to 80 tons, or 30 blocks. One papyrus is a fragment from a foreman's notes taken while working on the Great Pyramid. It details the transportation of limestone blocks from the Tura quarries to the construction site of the pyramid. The other papyri are shipping logs containing archives of the sailors assigned to sail the Red Sea and the
刚刚
Nile.
唯一能做的事情就只有先把衣服穿上而已。
Stone cargo generally weighed 15 tons per boat, amounting to roughly 6 or 7 blocks per trip. For heavier loads such as obelisks, monolithic pillars, or gigantic statues, larger boats were used. These transports are the ones typically showcased on temple walls. River transportation was the most efficient way to ferry stone blocks between the quarry and the construction
把
site.
防界门打开，我这边不行啊！
Blocks
我
were
这边
transported by
我这边
flotillas
其
of
实如
several
果要
types of
跑出
boats.
去的生存几率会
The
很
most
小，你也知
detailed
道我那个走廊
illustration
很
of
窄。
transport by river
有吗？
is a relief of Queen Hatshepsut's barge with an accompanying
我这边没
flotilla.
感觉。我这边还没有感觉，我这边没有感觉。而且你那一边的外面的空地比较多，我这边出去是窄巷，生存几率会低很多。
Welcome to Agriculture and Seasons. While crops were
手机警报一
cultivated
直
in
叫不
different
停，
oases
靠
around
腰，
the
我这
desert,
边都
most
没有
of the
叫
arable
过哎，
lands were near the Nile. Two types of cereal
我
grain
手
were
机很
cultivated,
安静哎。
barley and an ancient wheat known as emmer. These two key ingredients contributed in establishing bread and beer as the staple of the Egyptian diet and the basis of its economy.
今天晚上还是先把一些避难用的东西准备好。
The Ptolemaic era created an agricultural revolution with the introduction of advanced agricultural techniques and new grain types such as rice, durum wheat, and pearl millet. The resulting agricultural mass production
我看
greatly
中央是
increased
一
the
直陆陆
economy
续
of
续有
ancient
什么
Egypt.
3级、4级
It
还
also
在整
prompted
啊
the。development of storage and transportation,
3级是花
allowing
莲，
long
花莲那
distance
边应该也
trade
被
with
影
other
响到。
regions.
给呀！完了，震到我不知道我往哪里走。哦，这里。
Both bread and beer rations were part of a system of barter payment. The state used those goods to pay wages for those who worked in the quarries and at the construction sites. Beer was so important to ancient Egyptians, they had a goddess of beer brewing, Tenenet. Tenenet is seen in many paintings and sculptures with beer, and women are depicted as the primary beer
不知道
makers.
台东那边怎么样？没有台东那边的朋友，就是觉得很恐怖。台湾就这么小而已，不要闹了。
In order to increase agricultural production, fertile land was divided into plots and large agricultural villages were encouraged. The state and temples were the biggest landowners. Depending on the region, fertile land was managed by civil servants or rented to individuals. Ancient Egyptians relied on rudimentary tools for land cultivation. Soil was broken down with hoes, and wing plows were used to make furrows. The three seasons known as Akhet, Peret, and Shemu corresponded to a specific phase of the agricultural process and the river's natural changes. Akhet was the time of the flood, beginning with the appearance of the star Sirius in July. Peret was the time when lands were cultivated, plowed, and sown. This fell between October and November. Shemu ran from May to September and was when harvesting and taxation began.
Ah! Ah!
The pharaoh's duty was to uphold order against chaos and provide for his people. Priests and local governors also wanted to appear as protectors of the people. However, any variation in the Nile's seasons could cause water shortages. This had devastating consequences on wheat and barley crops. The pharaoh, administrators, and priests knew they needed to demonstrate their ability to prevent such a catastrophe from happening. And so they invented the story, which would be inscribed upon the famine stela.
它如果是一个周期的话，我觉得今天晚上应该还会有一次。以我们台湾地震的尿性来看，晚上应该还会再一次。
The story begins with the pharaoh worried for his people. The Nile hasn't flooded in years, and his people are starving. In search of the origins of the flooding, Djoser seeks out Khnum, the protector god of the region and the source of the drought. Djoser gives the god offerings and orders his priests to restore the temple of Khnum. These offerings please the god, and the floods are restored. This story was intended to highlight the importance of the deity in everyone's daily lives, while also demonstrating the crucial role that the priests and the king played in feeding and protecting the people of Egypt.
哦，有一个4级，我这边感觉都不到，只要是3级、2级、4级，我这边都没什么感觉。那大约5级才会稍微有点晃晃的感觉。像刚刚那个6.8是真的太可怕了。台东那个地方真的是不安宁。
Welcome to ancient Egyptian culture. The new grain types of the Ptolemaic period required a great deal of water. Farmers needed to ensure they had effective, consistent irrigation. The Nile's rising and receding waters naturally irrigated most of the crops. Areas where the Nile didn't reach, such as gardens and vegetable plots, required an irrigation tool known as the shadoof. The shadoof allowed easy transport of water from its source. It consisted of a tall wooden frame with a long pivoting pole and suspended bucket. The system could be raised and lowered with little effort.
上去。
Later, a sakya, or water wheel, was invented. The sakya needed animals to turn the wheel, which rotated buckets through the water. It drew the water to an elevation of 3.5 meters and enabled a great deal of control over the irrigation process. This improvement supplied larger areas and thus resulted in larger harvests. The threshing process separated the grain from its husk. Workers would spread the ears on clean ground. Oxen, cows, or donkeys were then guided back and forth to trample the grain. This continuous movement worked the grain loose while preventing the animals from eating it. Unwanted chaff and straw were swept away, or gathered and added to the mud used to make bricks to make them stronger.
这一次是全部打散，只是还是会觉得很恐怖，就是。
Winnowing was the stage where workers used wooden scoops to throw ears in the air. The wind carried off the chaff, leaving the heavier seeds to fall to the ground. This action was repeated until the undesired materials were sifted out. Grain waste was mixed with manure or other organic substances to produce brick-shaped dung loaves that could be easily burned. A standardized brick size enabled Egyptians to mass-produce this byproduct and use it as a commodity. Transporting large amounts of grain required ships equipped to carry heavy loads. These goods were moved. Having reached Alexandria's inner harbor, the wheat was unloaded under the supervision of a civil servant in charge of wheat management. Portions were distributed to Alexandria. Grain storage facilities were located across all of Egypt. Temples and institutions had large silos. The sieves used by ancient Egyptians were unable to filter out sand and stones. Grit often passed into the flour, causing long-term tooth abrasions among all classes of Egyptians.
要等他讲完，好，没关系，这样快了一点点。我来慢慢等他，直接跑完，直接冲完了，不浪费时间在这个东西上面了。还是我现在就是台东跟花莲一直在那边。 34344322的很恐怖哎！不要再玩了！
Welcome to Domesticated Animals of Ancient Egypt. Agriculture and domesticated livestock were introduced 6,000 years ago. Archaeologists have found traces. Pets were deeply cherished in ancient Egypt. Many illustrations of children often include a pet in the depiction. One of ancient Egypt's most iconic animals, the cat, wasn't adopted into their daily life until the Middle Kingdom. Since they were so highly capable of killing snakes and rodents, the earliest reference to dogs dates back to 5000 BCE. They were popular pets as they helped hunters and protected herds. They were closely linked to Anubis, the jackal-headed god. Baboons, monkeys, and even falcons were tamed as pets. Each was mummified and buried with as much ceremony as any family member.
阵停不下来。太可怕啦！快，赶快结束导览了，受不了了。
Evidence of advanced Another similar document, the remedies were considered as medicine and carried by doctors and priests. Village doctors often had another job, alongside their medical duties and the preparation of medicines. A cure for blindness was made of fermented honey, ochre, and coal. The science behind it was that honey functioned as an antiseptic and antibacterial, while ochre would reduce the swelling. All of their knowledge did not always suffice. Ramses II died of an infection caused by an abscessed tooth.
那我在疫情当下也可以去埃及旅游，是不错啦。但是就是，你知道，你没有兴趣的当下，真的是会很难听得进去。我如果有兴趣，跟我今天突然说，哎、我想要了解一下埃及的状况，那我就会很认真上课。但我现在一点都不想听这个东西。我只有对神话比较有兴趣。他如果是讲那什么埃及神啊之类的啊，干嘛？像他刚刚讲那个什么狮子啊、狮子女啊，那个就很感兴趣。那他讲的是这种文明进化史，我就没兴趣。
Tanning, a process
他刚刚那个木乃伊
which
制
dates
作
from
其实也
prehistoric
蛮有趣的。
times, was present although not highly valued in Egypt due to the heat. Leather was reserved mainly for things such as sandals, leather bags. Valued for its coolness and freshness in hot weather, linen was the fiber most commonly used for fabrics and textiles. It was produced from flax, which was plentiful in Egypt. Fibers were used. Various shades were achieved using woad, a dye produced from the leaves of Isotis tinctoria. This area's style is strongly influenced by the dye baths and tanneries of modern-day Fes in Morocco. This helped Ubisoft envision what such locations might have been like in ancient Egypt. While this tannery is within the city walls, back then they were often found outside the city boundaries. The tanner's trade was considered off-putting by the Greeks, as all these operations resulted in noxious smells.
要多久？你看还要混这么多，啊，就觉得很烦。按错了。
Welcome to Ancient Egyptian Fashions. Learning what life was like for ancient Egyptians
如果我出差要去埃及的话，我
presents
可能会在
many
这边
differences,
把这边都看过一次。
Jewelry was a popular item among
用不到的东西不想现在学，
though
浪费脑
idealized
空间。
The fabric of ancient Egyptian clothing was almost cosmetics, including concoctions to prevent. Egyptians believed coal had magical powers, wearing it as black eyeliner to protect their eyes from the sun and to prevent eye infections from particles in the flooded Nile River.
刚没碰到。
Women and teenage girls wore their hair long, and wigs were very popular. Prepubescent children generally had their heads shaved. Young girls kept some strands intact, while young boys had a braid worn on the side.
为什么？凭什么？凭什么男生可以留辫子，女生却只能两撮？潮流。 还好舅舅打到第3代的时候，去埃及并没有这样子。这看上去应该只有花京院可以绑而已。
Welcome to Artist. It was under the watchful eye of Ptah of Memphis. Ancient art in all in ancient Egyptian culture, drawing was used as illustration, such as seen in the Book of the Dead. It was also the first step in the creation of a relief, painting, or statue. Two-dimensional representations were concerned with order and form, and were intended to honor gods and promote the transition of the... Stylistically, Egyptians were concerned with the depiction of the human form's inner self. An exception to this were scenes depicting hunting and battle, where the environment and enemies moved in lively, even chaotic ways. Animals... Reliefs could be either in high relief or low relief. Either method required a surface suited to the desired technique. Preparation of the surfaces. For reliefs, preliminary sketches were drawn in red, then framed with a red grid to position. Statues were believed to be vessels for the souls of the deceased, or deities. That is why a sculptor was called the one who makes it live. In ancient Egypt, the profession of crafter was... At the domestic level, most Egyptians were craftspeople to a greater or lesser extent. The ability to repair tools was a daily necessity.
就他为什么会这样画，跟他这样画的意思是什么，我有点感兴趣。但是那什么啊，工匠是怎么进化史，我完全是没什么太大的兴趣。
For over 400 years. It is considered one of the most important discoveries relating to Egyptian daily life. While much of the focus of Egyptian archaeology was on its kings and queens, it wasn't until the excavation of Deir el-Medina that Egyptologists were given a valuable window into the community life of ancient Egyptian artisans.
但是这样看起来，这个游戏机确实做得很用心啊，把埃及的东西写得很详细。可是这个就跟你，如果你去玩《三国志》的时候，他会把中国整个历史跟你讲一样，有够冗长。我不想要听这些。
Welcome to evolution of excavations all over Egypt have uncovered
日本战国，他会把你日本以前的历史全部搬出来讲，真的是很久。
Early pots were made from pinched or the potter's wheel was utilized during
应该说，如果它是三国志跟或是像是日本战国时代，他稍微跟你讲历史，我会觉得哦还蛮有兴趣的，因为它是相关有关联嘛，武将之间是有关联性的，就会想要稍微去了解一下。我现在是在玩《刺客教条》
and were the most common canvas for writing or drawing, in comparison to the more expensive papyrus sheets. Named after their Greek description, ostraca contained daily love records, letters, or could be drawn upon. Artists drew sketches for temples and tombs, or simply for leisure.
讲错话了。靠腰，谁盗我的账号？他妈的，给我滚出来！还是我的连线断了？谁在那边盗我的账号？给我滚出来！你按错了，就是你！妈的嘞！干什么？害死我！怎么可 可以在我那边刷奖杯的时候这样搞我呢？乱冲啊！
Welcome to. In pre-Greco-Roman culture, certain professions were open only to women,
阻止我
such as
睡觉
weaving or
不行哎，
professional
这个
mourning.
让这个阻止法会让我很暴怒。
Homes were generally
有可能我要
composed
全部
of
重
three
听。
rooms. Marriages were a social contract rather than a religious construct. Family was vitally important to ancient Egyptians, and children were considered a blessing from the gods. The father, mother, and their children were the nucleus of the family. Status and wealth played a large role in the style. Town officials and the rich lived in mansions with numerous rooms that were luxuriously decorated. Funeral stone inscriptions focused on the main member of a household. Encircling this person would then be a spouse, parents, and children, possibly even siblings. These stones were so structured because there were no surnames in ancient Egyptian culture. Parents and children were a sort of family tree, which allowed for the identification of the deceased.
台东池上，一个非常适合养老的地方。这下老人都要跳起来了。 没有，现在新闻还没出来，新闻怎么那么慢？在报人家的那个报人家的仇的时候特别快，啊，这种国家级的灾难慢慢排的，还在收集资料。
Recipes. Once baked, bread would be crumbled into the brew to start. Once ready, the bread and grain mixture was compressed, and then strained through a sieve with water into the mix of malt beer. Food was prepared on the Ancient Egyptians always had to fight off the omnipresent sand particles that were blown towards them. Despite their best efforts, sand regularly made its way into their food. Additionally, particles from the grain-grinding stone tools and ovens they used also contributed to attrition and prematurely worn teeth. The team tried to portray this through toothache animations and commoners sweeping sand off.
为什么对岸的那个新闻搞得比我们还快啊？怎么一回事啊？我们的新闻台是都死光了，是不是？ 我现在拿下来看都是什么凤凰卫视、人民日报跟中国新闻社。我们的新闻呢？有啦，联合报有出来。
Welcome to Wine in Ancient. When the god Horus a millennia-old tradition. Grape cultivation and wine production was regimented in the way typical of ancient. Documentation shows that only certain craftsfolk were allowed. Egyptians had different kinds of wines, most of which ranged in quality from good to very good. The sweet shadé, to which honey had been added. The soft negem, obtained by drying the grapes in the sun. The ma, reserved for religious ceremonies. And finally there was the peor, the mediocre rated wine, resulting from the second pressing of grapes and reserved for a less discerning palate.
Wow, 而且它一楼是 7-Eleven 哎，我的天鹅！糟糕了，感觉好像有点不太妙。我这边导览快结束了，剩下最后一个。先稍微来看一下这个报道。其实我也没什么东西要带出去，应该只有钱包、手机没了，其他就任由他去吧，我也带不走了。PS 主机我也带不走了，就让他去了吧。钱包在身上就好了，钱包、手机在身上就好了。旁边有视频。
Welcome to Oil in Ancient Egypt. Castor, sesame, and moringa were the source of the most common oils in ancient Egypt. Oil was used for Ancient Egyptians originally used castor oil in wick lamps, but also for cosmetics, such as facial and hair treatments. There is mention in some papyrus of castor oil being prescribed. Olive trees were present, though scarce, in ancient Egypt's early history, and olives were mostly imported from Syria and Palestine. Their use and cultivation remained uncommon until the mass arrival of Greek settlers during the reign of the Ptolemies, when demand increased sharply. Olive trees were normally found in the region of the Fayum and the lands surrounding Alexandria.
糟糕了，我觉得。这个大楼的那个 7 员工有点危险，怎么办？返回。刚有跳那个奖杯吗？没看到。看一下就知道了。还在同步中，够慢呢。等我一下哦。这个为什么没有啊？干的不会是因为我这样跑，所以它不算吧？哭咯，浪费我的时间。 是陆陆续续有。不是啊，我的奖杯嘞！现在先不谈余震，我的奖杯嘞，我浪费了将近快2个小时时间呢。我是有漏掉吗？
Welcome to Oil in Ancient Egypt. Castor, sesame, and moringa were the source of the most common oils in ancient Egypt. Oil was used for various purposes. Ancient Egyptians originally used castor oil in wick lamps, but also for cosmetics, such as facial and hair treatments. There is mention in some papyrus of castor oil being prescribed to treat constipation. Olive trees were present, though scarce, in ancient Egypt's early history, and olives were mostly imported from Syria and Palestine. Their use and cultivation remained uncommon until the mass arrival of Greek settlers during the reign of the Ptolemies, when demand increased sharply. Olive trees were normally found in the region of the Fayum and the lands surrounding Alexandria.
别跟我开玩笑了，为什么还没有出来？再找一个比较短的，这个。
Welcome to the major regions of Egypt. Life in ancient Egypt was concentrated along the shores of the Nile and divided into two regions. Lower Egypt. Until 3100 BCE and the unification of Egypt, each region had its own pharaoh and crown. Lower Egypt's crown was red and marked with symbols of papyrus and bees. Up. Both regions had competing major cities, most notably Memphis in Lower Egypt and Thebes. Many of the temples were designed in such a way as to represent the two regions, and ceremonies often incorporated Upper and Lower Egypt in their rituals.
没有欸，他没有跑出来欸，为什么？
Welcome to Deserts of Egypt. Reaching out on either side of the lush Nile are the harsh, arid Western Desert and the mountainous Eastern Desert. They cover the White Desert in the northeast of the Sahara owes its name to its white limestone soil, contrasting with the yellow sand. The wind has eroded the rocks of the White Desert into stone mushrooms, the most famous of which is referred to as the Finger of God. The Great Sand Sea is a large unbroken desert that reaches out through western Egypt and eastern Libya. It is home to a unique geological formation known as Libyan silica glass. The pale yellowish-green material ranges from pebble-sized fragments to glass rocks the size of rough boulders.
干，该不会是因为刚刚中断跳出去，它那个出 bug 了吧？呀呗，我也不知道是哪一个啊！等一下。我刚刚那个再跑一次，我就不知道是哪一个啊！ 浪费时间呢。
Welcome to Wine in Ancient Egypt. A millennia-old tradition. Grape cultivation and wine production was regimented in the way typical of ancient Egyptian bureaucracy. Documentation shows that only certain craftsfolk were allowed to provide the containers. Egyptians had different kinds of wines, most of which ranged in quality from good to very good. The sweet shadé, to which honey had been added. The soft nejem, obtained by drying the grapes in the sun. The ma, reserved for religious ceremonies. And finally there was the peor, the mediocre rated wine, resulting from the second pressing of grapes and reserved for a less discerning palate.
干，你老师真的撞 bug 了。
Welcome to Bread and Beer. While the Mesopotamians invented beer, including using a straw to avoid the sediments and herbs, ancient Egyptians perfected the brewing method. Egyptian beer's quality was determined.
我记得不是这个，我不知道是哪一个。正确工匠。你是哪一个？ 看录影，我就要把台先关掉，我才能看啊。
Welcome to Evolution of Pottery in Ancient Egypt. Excavations all over Egypt have uncovered enormous pottery. Early pots were made from pinched. The potter's wheel was utilized during the Old Kingdom. Quartzite particles. Potsherds could be found anywhere and were the most common canvas for writing or drawing, in comparison to the more expensive papyrus sheets. Named after their Greek description, ostraca contained daily life records, letters, or could be drawn upon. Artists drew sketches for temples and tombs, or simply for
是我在
leisure.
讲花京院之前还是花京院之后？他妈的，谁记得啊？我根本就不记得啦。在这边搞，我一直，我就受不了，不要再用这种奖杯了。
Welcome to Artisans of Ancient Egypt. It was under the watchful eye of Ptah of Memphis. Ancient Egyptian craftspeople. Art, in all its forms, has offered not only a... In ancient Egyptian culture, drawing was used as illustration. such as seen in the Book of the Dead.
哎，
It was
船啊
also the first step in the creation of a relief, painting, or statue. Two-dimensional representations were concerned with order and form, and were intended to honor gods and promote the transition of the soul to the afterlife. Stylistically, Egyptians were concerned with the depiction of the human form's inner self. An exception to this were scenes depicting hunting. Reliefs could be either in high relief or low relief. For reliefs, preliminaries, statues were believed to be vessels for the souls of the deceased, or deities. In ancient Egypt, the profession of crafter was... At the domestic level, most Egyptians were craftspeople to a greater or lesser extent. The ability... An ancient text known... Located near the Valley of the Kings, Deir el-Medina was a settlement... Archaeologists believe the site was home to skilled and respected artisans for over 400 years. It is considered one of the most important discoveries relating to Egyptian daily life. While much of the focus of Egyptian archaeology was on its kings and queens, it wasn't until the excavation of Deir el-Medina that Egyptologists were given a valuable window into the community life of ancient Egyptian artisans.
我先冷静一下。 看回来了，妈的！从头来过，干！不要再搞我喽！从头跑。你也真是的，早不跳出，晚不跳出，选今天跳。
Welcome to Osiris, the first mummy.
没事，我刚刚顺便出去一趟买粮食。
The oldest mummies recovered date from ideologic. It is Plutarch who gives them. Isis then reassembled the body of her husband by binding it together with strips of linen. Aided by her sister the ritual used to bring Osiris back to life essentially depicts how he became the first mummy. It is why, on the sarcophagi of kings, we often find Isis and Nephthys represented as the magicians who restore life to the deceased.
God. 你搞！妈蛋！妈，这个系统那边在搞。那这游戏就这样，如果把它中断的话，你就只能全部重启。重启就是运气好，就像我刚刚那样，跑第一个就直接让我解脱了，不让我重新跑一遍。我要离开这个地方。去！是不是？20名反抗军，不搞！趁冷静的时光去 Seven 补货。想说，反正我有东西可以煮。想一想，如果地震没有电，我该怎么煮饭呢？去买干粮，买一些饼干之类的。我是不是买贵了？哎，我好像买贵了耶！算了。
And these farmers really welcome the cast.
干嘛去？我有点忘记我要干嘛。我开冷气了，我把 把电风扇关掉。阿姨回来了。就可以，终于可以回来游戏了。
The Titan. Forgive me, Sobek. I must slay your son.
我玩刺客的 DLC 应该会有一段时间我在玩电脑游戏，然后再回去玩奥德赛。是奥德赛吗？干，这个竟然没有办法一次 K 掉啊！每个人都在看。5级的为什么我也烧不掉它？距离的关系。Why？ 为什么？哦，对，我现在突然想到一件事情。对，这可以升级。近战伤害，生命值。是不是会心击破？这是什么？最大数量。刺绣伤害。可以吧？他们应该没有那么火眼金睛看到我这只蟑螂吧？看不到我头在哪里，太好笑了。怎么样？你们有种就上来啊！See me? So what? 啊！哦，算你准哦。哎呦，想干嘛？ 哦，对，嚯！不会是士官长哎？哦，你这移动就不会移动了。 怎样啊？会读C。 带，好，没问题。哦，差点也要带了。
Should not be seen in this area.
你那个高度想带我，是不是？
This is monstrous. Burning the bodies to get to the treasures. It will break Raya's heart to know his fate. But I should return the amulet.
没有问题，等一下好不好？不要那么急，不要急的归还，好不好？我们还有一些事情要处理，尤其在这儿。迪比斯名都。脚怎么打赤膊？看起来真的是超痛的，又烫又痛的。它到底多远啊？天鹅？你在看其他人在玩那个 JoJo 重置版的那个我应该是不会买啊。那单纯它虽然有故事模式，它比较偏向那个格斗游戏，但主要也是因为我已经不习惯那个声优的关系。怎么是那个声音？怎么连浪志大哥都不见了？ 说好的神父呢？哎，我的神父的声音也换了，哭啊！刚不是有个东西要全能的阿蒙啊！我在卡纳克所做的祈祷没有得到回复，因此我来寻求你的祝福。 我所有的家畜要不是死了，就是快死了，那就是半死了。我的作物都干枯并化为灰烬，我水井中的水都难喝，又会招致病痛。哦，阿蒙，解除我农场的诅咒吧！就算不是为了我也好，请为我2名荣耀你的孩子吧。请听我的话语，阿蒙，是如此的谦卑。思考，动用你的脑袋想想，是不是地理位置不太行？ 不要再等上帝救你们，自己要想想办法。你的七所无尽群星中的何处，盘绕在你的胸中却无血，环绕在夜晚的温暖中，你因我记得而活着。我将你的铭刻在我的心中，我哭喊，直到我的喉咙嘶哑。你是我心灵的响宴，我最爱的存在，也是我逝去的存在。地方怎么看怎么不和平，下去。骑马。你不要动，不要动，不要动，不要动，我去接你就好了。Go。哦，等一下，我的马，我的马，我的马很受伤。哦，他会怕呢。这边应该可以吧？可以。听说和上次比起来不太好，真的吗？我不知道那个 Heaven Door， 我就觉得已经足够了。我原本想说，我喜欢的那几个角色声音变了就算了，就没想到一些比较主要的角色声音也换了，我就不想，我就不感兴趣。然后又是比较偏那种叫什么？就是那种格斗2D 格斗，那我就没兴趣。之前那个3D 的那个难度比较高，他们还有左右距离的差距，那个难度就很高。啊！你怎么死了？为什么跑那么远？我以为是看到你啊。是不是？太远就被我杀。站那么高干嘛？想死哦！不要再动了，不要再动了！看不到我。有人走过来送死！哇！火眼金睛。也没办法。喂，收到尸体了。干嘛？我接不到了，做不到。我真的觉得就，虽然就是只知道陈太郎跟那个迪奥的声音没有变，让我松了一口气。连那个浪志大哥的声音也换了，是我的神父呢，是迪奥的狂热粉丝，怎么就换人了呢？你要 说我偏见也没有关系啦，但是我就已经习惯里面那个灵魂是装那个人了。但看起来格斗上看起来也是蛮有趣的，只是连线还是一样奇烂无比。哎，那款游戏的那个连线本来就很烂，从那个天堂之眼是不是？搞不太清楚到底叫天堂之眼还是天堂之门，应该是天堂之眼吧。天堂之门应该是陆半的那个技能，天堂之门。感林老师怎么这边还有个问号啊？是不是要搞死我？是不是？哦，那边还有一张地图，是不是？我先来这里开船点。好吧，开船点去喽。喂，可以，相信自己，你就切西瓜切下去就好了。大家。这标题叫什么 ？All Star 什么勾的 ？All Star Battle 是不是？它的那个JoJo的副标题，全明星大乱斗。但我觉得Heaven艾迪就好了。哎，我怎么在这儿？等一下，我们先把这边处理，再传回去好了。看起来有点，但是我要先传，好，先传回去好了。我没打算买那一款，就是。我会看别人玩，但是我不想买。我的任务是要交给谁
？Listen, and I will impart my knowledge to you. By the 17th day, the embalming
Hey.
Back in one piece, huh? Made those cockless dogs answer to the Ram God.
I found the bandits, but I could not save your brother's earthly form, Raya.
Thank you. Any more was too much to hope for.
Yeah. The amulet.
No. It was for him to aid his passage in the Duat. Keep it. Perhaps it can protect you.
The Wearer of Hearts will not punish him for the crimes of others, Raya.
We will see him again in the eternal fields, my wife.
This gives me comfort. Emhotep, Bayek.
好，可是我把它拿在手上干嘛？又不是我要过河。啊？还给拉雅的哥哥。那等级要52哎，我是不是要被打成狗了？寻找并刺杀巡逻官。这是主线剧情，是本片的剧情。现在应该是要打蓝色这一条。 好好好好。哎，这个很热耶，我看到要干嘛？哎，这好像会很细呢，这个高度很高呢。我点下去好了，这边应该可以。OK， 这边就可以了，这边就可以了。不要太过，我现在应该在那边扶。等一下，这个其实按 R2 也可以啦，按 R2 比较准一点。shit， 还是要再过去。麻烦。
You cry out our names in vain.
Scorn! Scorn! You refuse to bend your heads.
Do you honor the sacred rites?
Shout, scream, murder in the temples.
Oh， 胯下没。下羊盖地鼠。找一艘船去，哎，等一下，我可以用船的吧？可以。ジョジョの奇妙の冒険。还是很远。有船呢、哦。此船为我开。 这里不是有一只超级巨大的鳄鱼啊？
Don't. Saint is said, fear not. I have come from heaven to heal the child for his mother. That was not our truth.
好了，就为了拿这个东西，所以我是昨天没有拿。你阿姆，你怎么在那里？我在这边没有穿。我一直都有那么魔幻的声音。 听过，所以我知道。后面有人，够近哦，可以。妈的，再一只！
Hemo would often speak of Senu as my Horus. Papo, a keen eye protects you.
OK 可以吧？好，看起来都没有了，可以走了。 这边应该只剩下蝎子要处理了。现在就是把地图 run 一 run 升等，准备打那个图坦卡姆。
Now I can restore the gods to Gui. The heretic still walks.
这是什么？不忠者 ？What the fuck？ What the book？ 不忠者的命。看不到那个船底。花莲还在深深山呐、啊，哎呀！多少？52。大红狗。52应该也还是可以摸到他，摸到他死掉啊。哦，不对，这只是50哎，变得好像有点凶。我看一下。我应该从这边走，那我先不要往这里走好了，我先回去好了，从这边走，这边都还没 run 完，之后再回来这里。回去。对呀，继续摇。我们那边应该最近都会一直是这个状态，34343434。能跟我比起来，你那一边跟那个家里那一边应该会比较大，我这边应该都会算比较小。我已经在靠海的地方了，那海线上，我等一下，我想看一下中间夹的这2包是什么。迷你脆小3倍黄金起司口味的多利多汁，什么小3倍？小什么3倍？还不来吃一波？我现在有点嘴馋。我看一下哦，29。原本它1盒卖29块，它上面有6盒。 再减299，125，125呢再除以2，这一包要62.5块，也太贵了吧！我真的是买贵了耶。可是说实在，我买这个套组是为了要它底下那个盒子，它有个塑胶盒，应该是贵在那个塑胶盒上。算了啦，都买了。想什么？我想要它底下那个盒子，想来装我桌上一些里里扣扣的东西。我看到的时候就说：“套组啊！”下面这个盒子好像很刚好，我要这个盒子。饼干只是顺便而已。真的是小3倍，真的是很小。哎，现在饼干厂商都是这样。说大都在唬烂，说小是真的是蛮小的，可以。救我死吧！跳歪了，起来。蛮好吃哦，很久没吃这个了，大概有半年以上没吃这个东西。
And these farmers really welcomed it. Yes. Now I can restore the gods to Gui. The heretic still walks.
下来比较快啊。你们怎么都背对啊？是想死是不是？只有想死才会需要背对哦。我们给你这些礼物啊，伟大的阿肯纳顿，我们因为做错事而受惩戒，而希望给予这些献祭能够解除诅咒，我们情愿。铲除是如此之快。先来这儿好了。对，46、48。我是怕我下来之后上面又打开，烦，这个是真的是蛮麻烦的一件事情，我烧下来好了。马是中听了是不是？ ，sorry。你看，又打开了。不过还好是它上面没有东西。假地图啦，以为很大，其实还好。真的是没什么东西。旁边都是群山环绕，所以没什么东西。应该是吧，我没有眼下吧。sorry， 是嘞。
I will say it, Jehuti, just like you taught us.
What game are you playing, child?
It is not a game. I am making a ceremony to the sun.
To Ra?
No, to the true God.
Where did you learn that?
Jehuti. He protected us, saves us from the cursed one. But they stole him away.
Someone took Jehuti. Who?
Bad men. When he comes, men hide, and the gods fly away.
You people owe us money, so pay up! Tihun's orders.
Come on.
Shreds.
完了，我就知道我要被中断了。
Ever wonder what Frost Eagle is like?
不难打。
Ra bless you, Neb. Two less of those vultures walking the Black Land.
You have many troubles here.
Tihon's men are the least of
侮辱
it.
秃鹰。
People disappear every day. To the cursed lands, all those damned bandits.
Bandits are taking people. Why?
Why do bandits do anything? For their own fiendish reasons. Beggars and crooks to a man.
Jehuti must be the priest the bandits took. He will know more about this curse.
He is
Not
the
a typical village fire. This looks ceremonial.
He plays seed in women. He is the nurse in the womb. He will take all who refuse to bow before him. Bow! Bow! Come, let us gather for the ceremony. I will lead you to salvation. Follow! Follow!
Where are you? Follow what? 那边。
Join me, and we will rescue our priest.
我现在走在就是侮辱某个种族的时候，我才会说出“沙小”的这两个字。可能一般来讲，我不会这么生气。讲什么会讲到女生的子宫啊？干嘛？想打架是不是？这是狮子吧？Fire 能跑啊！谁都跑不掉。你要带还是我要带？会哦。会哦。会哦。嗯，你很厉害嘛！自从膝盖中了一箭。哦。接下来说话。在火堆旁边放油罐，这群人的智慧也是蛮可观的。怎么这么聪明？没有错，就是放那边，我射的时候你们才会一起死。妈的！没事没事没事没事。刚刚又听到那个建筑物的那个声音，哒哒哒哒哒的声音。有人在发呆。哎，发呆不要走。Push that! Nami, Nami! 下去。声东击西，声东击西，敌西射不到，好。我的妈！
My people need my protection. Release me from this prison. I have nothing you want, thieves.
等一下啊。
My king, my lord, my son, my god. My people need my protection. Release me from this prison. I have nothing you want, thieves.
哇，削过他每一刀了。
My My people need my protection. Release me from this prison. I have nothing you want, thieves. My Lord, my son, my God. My people need my protection. Release me from this prison. I have nothing you want, thieves. My king, my lord, my son, my God. My people need my protection. Release me from this prison. I have nothing you want, thieves.
Man, bastard. Come to the windows. Hey!
My lord, my God. My people need my protection.
You are dead!
Release me from this prison.
厉害是不是？对吧的。
Somewhere out here, something is going to die.
My king, my lord, my son, my God. My people need my protection. Release me from this prison.
Okay,
I have nothing you want, thieves.
Insanity! You need an army to take us on.
My king, my lord, my son, my God. My people need my protection.
Place is heavily guarded.
Release me from this prison. I have nothing you want, thieves.
You will make a mistake.
Hello!
My king, my lord, my son, my God. My people need my protection.
Hey.
Release me from this prison. I have nothing you want, thieves.
Oh, 失智了。
My people need my protection. Release me from this prison.
Bandits were afraid of Jehuti. They must believe he can summon the wrath of the heretic king.
It is not just me you save, Seni.
为什么都要把那个不锈钢碗框在头上？
Let us escape this place.
等一下啊，没有东西，好穷，真的是蛮穷。
The Aten grants us sanctuary. You risked your life for mine.
The curse. I must have what you know.
He has killed many. I was trying to purify his shrine at the farm, but the bandits took me. They fear the Aten comes at my command.
You worship the heretic?
Akhenaten. We offer our piety, songs and rituals, and he does not come for us. I can show you. But the farm, the animals rot. They must be burned.
I will go to the farm. In return, you will tell me what you know of the pharaoh.
Yes, yes. We must resume our nightly rituals. Find me at the southern farm after the sun sets and the corruption is gone.
看一下这边还有什么事情没有解决的？哦，有，后面有。我先来这里，先把船点打开，好事后办事。回头。哇 ，DLC 的你怎么那么会爬？会耶！ 等我上去铃铃铃就好了，上去汪打一下。其实没有半坨，这边没关系，船点已经打开了，我先回去。嗨。我们下水。 阿顿在是怎样？应该烧起来，烧起来。
If nothing else, the decaying animals will no longer taint the land.
烧起来。连我自己都要修起来了。
The priest said to find him after the sunset. They will be making preparations for their nightly ritual.
我不知道他在哪里，进行仪式啊。哎，他在哪里进行仪式？他每个晚上都会实行保护仪式，晚上与结。不是啊，他在哪里？晚上，现在就是晚上啊！大哥，你在哪里？你这样让我很困扰哎。还是我先不管他，先来把这边清一清，绕回去，走这边。啊！我这边要打开一堆。这是什么？哦，这是照片。在天空上， 大家可以顺便看一下我现在已经多少杂物了，顺便，哎呦我的妈呀！看一下，你的杂物有多少呢？1加4、5、7、10、11、13、16。21、22、28、34、42、47、50、55、59、62、70、74、80、87、93，超过了，可以卖了。
哦。Guards here are vigilant.
Need to get you in the ground.
Wait a minute. How goes this? Yo.
天空。哎呦，我不知道这么高，吓死我了！哎呦，啊！
هنخريت
رأيا خلوتي ما
We gaze in wonder at the... How can I find meaning in their dreams when I cannot clear the mist from my own night's journey?
What did the gods show you?
I stand on the edge of a deep well. I can hear the beating of a vulture's wings, and a man cries my name. I fear that the Greeks took Besa. A well signifies imprisonment.
Would the soldiers dare take the master of the secret things?
The curse carries bad omens with it. People are desperate.
If the Greeks took Besa, it would be to Luxor. I will find him.
Thank you, Neb. May your waking times be bountiful. Be calm. Tell me what you saw as you slept.
A dead king!
Will return, but when? Where did he go?
The pharaohs haunt our sleeping and waking hours that he leaves Thebes. Even the god Tutu hides. Will no one protect me from these night terrors?
自己保护自己啊，美女！在靠别人了，靠自己比较实在。
Tell me what you saw as you slept.
The soldiers defy belief. They really... I should be cautious around here.
里面的笨蛋走出来，走出来，走出来！哎，我怎么假装没看到？哦，看到了，看到了。
What?
干！
Aha! You can... There you are!
跳不上来啊
Hey, hold on! I have you! Got you now! There! One, take you!
烟雾缭绕中，大家都死光光了。其实我很可爱。里面的大口袋通过了。
Your demons will haunt your waking and sleeping hours. You brought the curse down upon us all.
地方是之前我屠城的地方吗？ 累了。发现我的时候，我会把他杀。有人走下来了，好近的声音。哦，这边其实我放过。啊！你们就偏偏要往那边跑，完蛋吗？
Did Miani send you, Seni?
She dreamed you are in trouble.
It is worse than she knows. But come, we cannot speak here.
我们就这边，不要让那些白痴，不要跟那些白痴一样走那边。
I knew you would come. As I lay feverish, I dreamed of an eagle soaring high above my cage.
The soldiers were bold to arrest you, Nef.
Their dreams needed them like scorpion stings. But I am more fearful for Miani, her brother Tapti. He stole my sacred dream scrolls.
Why would he do this?
I know not. But last night, I dreamed of him feasting on ears of corn, scavenging in the dust with wild dogs.
An ill omen. Where did he take the papyrus?
He and Miani grew up on a farm east of Thebes. When I took her as my apprentice, he withdrew to the cellar under the house.
Return to Miane. I will find her brother and your texts. Miane's brother will have the truth of this.
在哪里？好远。我们为什么不能选一个近一点的地方呢？小乖。我会自己走过去，对不对？耶！好轻松啊！
much I have it.
安全驾驶。就什么？就特斯拉啦。
This does not bode well. There's spoke of a cellar Captain Christ.
在我一手还在拿着多利多汁的时候，突然一只狮子朝我冲过来。
Bandit raid. At least the farmers fought back. Killed defending the farm.
这只狗是内贼是不是？狮子在这边，它都不会咬它哦。
Dapti. The gods punished him. But just for stealing the book. Is there more to this? There's nothing here. The bandits must have taken it. An unhealthy obsession with his sister. He hid Bessa's scroll under the table.
God, 这个米内呀，是不是？
Dapti loved his sister too much. But the dream texts, perhaps the bandits took them to sell.
米内呀，是不是有病啊？你要去看医生啊！我没有念出来，因为他那封信里面有点神经病。啊！起来！我要保护干嘛？保护干还是干嘛？病吗？干，这是那个45公尺，是不是？又在晃了。等到我要穿衣服，没了又没了，可恶！为什么我拿起把手就晃很大，把手放下来就没再晃是怎样？我的目标呢？ 你我不敢当警。
Dream scrolls. I should return to Bessa and Miane.
Now! We've got trouble! Wait a minute! Nothing gets past! You die! Damn!
走。
Hey, what? Going to kill you!
切换，杀我！我有马在，怕你们吗？
Hey, wait!
哦，虚空斩哦！这没有东西哦。真的哎，这边没有标示哎，灰。
The eagle returns.
With your scrolls, Bessa.
My brother. He's dead, isn't he? I bent my face to the ground, heard his voice under the endless sands. Betrayal. Betrayal. Thank you, Eagle. I do not know if this was the curse or fate, but he was my only family.
I am sorry, Miane. But whatever he did, he loved you deeply.
The curse. It comes for those whose conscience weighs heavily upon the Miani. They dream of reed boats drifting from the shore.
Keep safe, Bessa. Miane, these are dangerous times.
Your journey is not yet done. Return to me when your living feet have walked where none should.
嗯，不是啊，我不知道他施行仪式的点在哪里，我怎么知道他去哪了？是不是他物资的点我没有开？5:8换花莲了。还都玩换花莲，我天鹅！反正摇啦！怎么会有鳄鱼的眼泪？是一首歌哎，名曲。我这边跳下去啊！要跟我跳探狗了，快走！工作中，没有人，但我看到有东西超恐怖。
God of the waters, the Raja, the Lord of Fayum, you whose seed is potent, whose appetite is gory.
You worship the crocodile god.
Crocodile.
We honor Sobek who walks. He is risen from the raging waters to punish our enemies.
You have seen him?
Yes, fighting 100 soldiers, the tyrants who kill and skin his children for their own profit. We who live off the land are left with nothing.
I should see his prowess for myself.
Do not fear him. He will not tear the flesh of those who honor him.
但是我会啊。
Another god walking. Is this the orb's doing? That is no god. You are a little broken for a god.
Did that damnable captain at the wharf send you to mock me?
Yes.
I heard you stand against the soldiers who killed the crocodiles.
I am just trying to protect my family. Sobek allows us to take what we need to survive, nothing more. It is one of the commandments.
You thought to frighten them away. Make them believe Sobek strides from the reeds.
Why should the Pharaoh's curse not do some good?
Your last performance nearly got you killed. I will deal with your poachers.
Tread carefully through the reeds, Ned.
This captain does not respect the natural balance, so he will pay.
Keep the threat up!
哎，你家好简陋，嘲笑他之外，还嘲笑他住的地方。可是你后面我还有东西没拿哎。在这边有船点。好了，我先去帮你处理啊。猎人码头。 告诉我是什么东西看到我？这样大家的站位好像有点妙哦。
This area is off limits.
妙是一回事。大哥装没听到哎。旁边怎么会有一个？可以进去，可以吧？大家怎么那么紧张？大家为什么都挤在那里？庞大的身躯是藏不了你们的行踪的，好不好？有灵压是不是感受到了？哎，我们一直觉得我这儿怪怪的。擦边物理攻击。转弯，回头。
What do you think drives these idiots? Politics?
Who shot that? Keep the Gideon safe. Shows here. Kill it.
烧起来了，长官烧起来了。这么多只鳄鱼，不怕被诅咒吗？ 喂。
Behind me now. Shit, the neb is down.
你没有盾。你没有盾还来打我？阿卡有心理错误。
They thought the hunter was truly Sobek.
哎，其实这些强盗，其实我更像强盗啊。你要被鳄鱼诅咒了，变成第二个阿拉巴斯坦。
The Shaka flame.
什么？
I'm glad to find you unscorched.
真的。
You said you would deal with the captain, and yet he came and burned my hut to ashes.
Rest assured, the captain is dead.
Then, like Osiris, he has risen again. For he was here, shouting for me to face him as I cowered in the bushes.
什么？像欧西里斯？欧西里斯复活的时候是没鸡鸡的呢。
Something is very odd, Neb. Has Sobek cast me?
You do his work. Why would that be? Where did the captain return to?
The outpost above the fields.
I will see how a poacher cheats the jackal. But it is no longer safe for you here.
A truth is spoken. I will go south where they honor the god. The Rager grants you teeth, Neb.
干嘛？膝盖酸了一下，是不是？事情很多呢，看一下，还又要往深山走，麻烦死。
哦。
No. No one.
Alarm! Alarm! Shout if you see anything. Anything at all. What?
On my way!
On my way!
Stand now!
Die then! Target in range!
再一个是一个。
Follow me!
这个射箭的白目一点哦。
Block the way! Give me time to get loose! Defend behind!
哇，很远呢！哎，这个是犯规了吧？不理你。
What? What?
太差了，畜生！
Stop! You shit!
Don't know about you.
稍等，太忙。
On clear. Hey, wait.
还在怀疑啊？瞄准已经瞄这么久了，还在那边怀疑？去死吧你！
All clear.
后面还有个人。哎，不是上马了吗？我们难上。哎。
Yes, it is me.
Amun be praised.
The actor, the poet, the musician. I am the one they call Fire Eyes. The singer from Memphis.
Memphis? You are a long way from that city, Neb.
I am pining for my lyre.
Your... what?
My instrument. She sank to the depths of the black waters. Lost with those Philistines sunk our ship downriver.
Everyone is a music critic.
She paid me a king's ransom to sing at her villa. How could I know that money came from smuggling wine? Would you find it? I will give you my fee from the Lotus.
See? 多个。要揉要爆了，我看一下。怎么办？我还是不知道那个祭司在哪里耶。他说晚上去找他，可是他没有标出来，完全不知道他在哪里。找我先去帮人家找琴。 才是哦。哇哦！我啦，我射的啦。鲁特琴。拿到一根棒棒。啊，这什么东西？看不太出来。哎，这么巧！救我一下，谢谢。我先来开这个船点好了。这个船点之后对我的帮助比较大一点。哇！哪里？这边是人家的领地哦。啊，我就这样给他跑上来。真的，这边是人家的领地耶，跟是没什么关系吧？之后再来处理也好。因为我记得这边的级数有点高，在这边打是智障的行为。点不？这边一艘船都没有啊！看现在位置在哪里？附近没东西，这么幸运哦。 跳。停啊！有了，拿到手了，可以回去了。看一下，最近就这里。行啊，行。
I never thought I would see you again, my dearest.
That is kind, but... you're talking to the liar.
And you, Savior, I will compose an epic song in your honor. An ode to the mighty. And your name?
Bayek.
Bayek.
Bayek. Bayek. Bayek. There is no right. I will call you after my father. Chet.
Oi.
So you'll be heading back to Memphis?
No, I am done with that backwater. Thieves await. Come find me there when you tire of this cultural desert.
巴嘎巴嘎信，我看一下。我真的不知道他在哪里耶。在休息一下的时候，我查一下好了，人在哪里呀？截胡体到底在哪里呀？他应该是在某个村庄，就是墙上有画那个死者复苏的那个镇上，应该是在这里吧。背部诺武。反正等一下是从这边往下开，这个应该是对，这个应该是已经是那个地图边界了。如果是差2级，我现在是50吧。等一下，冲刺后加成，这个应该是战车吧？战车没什么屁用。法老的神话。我不知道它100件物品是指种类呢，还是指数量？如果是数量的话，20、如果是种类的话，我现在才39哎。 可是如果是数量，我应该是超过了。这时候该怎么办呢？没有错，我们先回那个可能是他的地方，我看一下。先回去，然后我做个。 机呢？啊是假。我们先回来，然后直接做到晚上。做起来一堆猫，一堆猫在我附近哎。
How do they live in Thebes? They do not wash in the Aten.
This idol. Who is it? Crude and simply carved.
Ah, 我们先升那个剑，再升弓。到的是拉什么弓啊？我有点不太记得。对吧？我竟然用40级的弓，我是在干嘛？我是找死吗？难怪怎么射后面都很不痛，原来如此，是我弓太烂了。啊，我的盾嘞！好，然后呢，很简单，我们就先回，我们先回主标。我没有记错的话，应该是数量可以解开那个奖杯。但如果我等一下卖的时候，它的奖杯没有跳出来，代表这个奖杯就跟我无缘啦，我没办法啦。6、5、4、3、2、1，6、5、4、3、2、1。看一下那个该死的奖杯会不会跳出来？如果不会跳的话，我真的是独挡，然后看它后面种类可不可以冲到100，再来买。麻烦。啊，这个东西测试完，我觉得暂时先休息，晚上再继续好了。已经要6点半了。洗个澡，趁现在地牛还在沉睡，赶快先洗澡。然后起源跟萧爽有差不多的缺点，读取特别慢，到底怎么了？隔壁回来了，旁边这是什么意思？ 进度其实没有推很前面，大概前面2个小时都在走那个导览。实际上在玩只有2个小时，快3个小时而已。
Now I can restore the gods to Gui. The heretic still walks.
我为什么把我送来这里？可以闻到那个脚皮的味道。这样。Sorry.
Ah, a customer.
So.
Here.
Oh. 很棒，很棒，还有算在里面。全都得到啊！你看他这个慢半拍的。啊，到底有没有得到？这个是什么？哦，这个不是刚刚得到了。其实是怪怪的。哦，上面的还在同步中啦，可怜。唉，好了，至少那个是白金的，然后现在是我不知道那个假狐，不是假狐，截狐什么挖狗的在哪里？那一只我还不知道。然后52、48、52，这边等级也比较高哎。把中间清一清好了，我先传过来，就休息啦，晚一点再说吧，暂时先这样，拜拜，再说了。